clowns are still hanging around. What is it now? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects her. She? So there's an 8th Hardy and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want?
It has to be good, if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks so too.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
The thought forms in your head, like a lightning strike branching in the sky. No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course. Enjoy your shitty ride, junkie cop.
Yeah, there's always gonna be little sprouts. People find a way to make coin, but that's...
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy Boys here.
My answer is... fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints.
Despite everything, the little man is quick on his feet.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limb.
An old monument. This found the smell of cigarettes and perfume. These, one of them, particularly catches your eye. The actress is draped a feeling of tenderness. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? The actresses and the rear actor looks like.
Strange.
It has to be an advanced model to fit so.
Doesn't look like it. For contacting, looks like we.
A 20 club. The smell of you wedge your. But one sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novelty? Yes?
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching. Looks like her, yes. Now we know for certain who's the missing eighth person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? We should see what Titus has got.
The movie stars are still smiling from the metallic drawer. It's an issue. It looks like these four.
The Ulan frequency system.
The pull-out to close the.
Hey, was there some... Got the 20 ray... Good. You got the room for the night.
The fan stands still. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the faucet is quite terribly mangled. You handle the chain cutters deftly. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it. The door is... There's still a dent in the vinyl where you punched it before. This little depression is all you could inflict on the door. Beauty has abandoned you in this ugliness, honcho. And then some. You cannot even remember the name of Beauty. What Beauty was. White morning. It was morning all along. The words still echo in the hallway. The door feels cold.
I've got nothing to say to you. I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be anything.
Even Ahmad?
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International. The cold look in her eyes speaks louder than words. She is not amused. Again, you find yourself looking at that big old window. Again, you find yourself looking at that big old nothing.
What's this weirdo?
I think he's trying to find dirt.
Wow. No.
Yeah, because they like to sniff around in dirt.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, off. Yo, man. What's on your mind? They're hardcore. They're just clothes. Nah, these are just boring, normal, hardcore clothes. That's outlandish. I can see that. And it looks like you're trying to hang yourself with it. So large, too.
You suddenly realize the patience and respect this speed freak has shown you is partly because of your style.
Respect as a man! Dead body, spirit entered, the mass murderer. Okay, sure. What's on your mind?
Aggressive.
Welcome to Revershaw! Yeah! Hardcore!
Here's an idea. Say what you said before, the exact same thing. Or wait, say something that's only marginally different. It will yield a drastically different outcome.
Oscillator Matrix? Where is that?
As you fiddle with the
Copman can ride the knobs!
whatever it is you did, it seems to have helped slightly. Maybe now you'll be able to make sense of it. Sidechain the beat. Listen, you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing, either the auxiliary signal or the main input from the tape. Make it alternate between the signals. The compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal on the aux sidechain input. It will allow maintaining a loud sound without peaks that fill up all the headspace.
Sidechaining it, you said?
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide, wider than they've ever gone on drugs. He starts jumping up and down with bliss in total silence, still listening to his headphones.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead, Copman? Did you break him?
Are you ready, pussy?
Noid straightens his back, ready for the beat.
I was born ready, Egg.
The audio assault is glorious. The speed freak dances on the stage, intensely waving his hand in the
This is beauty! This is life!
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass flow together, it's unnatural.
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequencies crashing over you. It's making you feel alive again.
Introducing the ultimate sound!
God damn it! This dance club idea might just work out.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Pump it! Pump it!
Who will be the innocence of hardcore melodic dance music?
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Hardcore.
Yes, what is it?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. Glad to have been of assistance.
Officer, care to play a game? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same. The prick is gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkle.
Hell, most likely. He was his hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers...
Wait, did he push himself to prove he...
Yes, he was about to head home. 'Cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss.
That means the uniform could still be in the guard booth. Something to keep in mind if you really plan to give yourself to rivet.
No. René was the most stubborn man in...
He has doubts. But right now, he just wants to move on. And not...
I repeat, an absolute cunt. The only people who could stand to be around him and she never... We've hated each other our entire lives. Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were? In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. I took them for myself. Took them to remember that old cunt. Let me see. This was 60 years ago. I'm sorry, officer. I just...
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo. Yes, we are both...
It is what it is. Part of life, really.
Despite their differences, these men played such a significant part.
I just don't know anymore. About... Yes. Yes.
He finds comfort.
We all got to go sometime.
We are both very sorry.
It is what it is.
Despite their differences.
I just don't know.
Is this about the questions again?
The unpromising race pupil returns. There is nothing found. I cannot possibly imagine.
Right to work!
Our tenant, please.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. Yet someone used to live here, laugh here. Thought
in this yard? Someone thought they could have a summer house in a block obscure, for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned a black block, a part of the city left unrenovated after the war, or one that has fallen to. Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Yes, for you to pick up as part of the Jamrock shuffle.
it's not meant as nagging.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with...
The porter reel is just what you needed. the reels attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before it sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier. Within seconds you know this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to God. You have to convince God. The lieutenant watches you pack up. The display. This is entirely, completely you. You have found the right books. A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Heimdall in chains. She's laughing at him. Between the throne and the Heimdall man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. Especially those leering types who seem to wear nothing but an armored bikini. There's also the display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels.
It is a bestseller for a reason.
The edges of the pages are worn and smudged. A lot of people have read about the Devil Woman's altercations with the Heimdall man. The jacket copy proclaims, Man from Heimdall returns in his most exciting adventure yet. After he is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel of Cloud City, where you open the book to a random page. Man from Heimdall, wielding his arms whirling like windmills, are soaked with the blood of his enemies. Mangled corpses litter the battlefield. Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory and honor to his long-lost Heimdall tribe from the village of Heimdall. Man from Heimdall rides on a gilded griffin. His golden mane, the steel muscles of Man from Heimdall, gleam in the humid. A passage reads, The man from Heimdall looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes of his homeland. He rarely thine spells are no match for purity and strength of will. Brothers of Heimdall, stand above the vices of flesh. I have grand plans for you, Man from Heimdall. She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. First, you shall plead. In the final pages, Man from Heimdall mounts Galavarin, his mighty griffin, and turns his gaze to the... To find out what happens next, you'll have to pick up Man from Heimdall and the Three-Eyed Skull, available in fine book. The edges of the pages are worn and smudged. A lot of people have read about the Devil Woman's altercations with the Heimdall Man.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah? The kingdom. Look at that fucking shit. Fuck does Kuno.
Kuno knows the ladder is the lieutenant takes...
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno! Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't... The fuck do you want with it? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff... Oh, that? Yeah, to the both of you. Watch, good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno. The fuck about it? Your test... Get lost, Kuno does...
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I... You know.
He's a chatty guy. This is the Night Watchman's booth. Take it. It's just that, generally speaking, it would...
I suppose René is not going to be needing it anymore. It's a bit too colorful for my taste, though. Fantastic.
There, in that container you moved, there's something rich in there. Opening the door. You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly. You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not... You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer... Step aside, rank and file. Savi's at the top of the VIP list here. That's right. Out of the way. Whoa. Watch it. How'd he get in front? Little slime ball. Thank you, thank you. Now, are you ready? It's time to make our entrance. At first, your knock rings hollow on the door. And then, just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
You can't be serious.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Welcome. Savi, was it? Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen? Who am I? Anyhow, my name is Rustam Diodore, investor, license.
We've hit the big time. This is the man who's going to...
Mr. Diodore, I think there's been some confusion. His name is in fact not Savi. Let's start over. I am Lieutenant Kim Kisoragi of the RCM, and this is my partner...
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
Oh Lord, not this again. We have a murder to solve, and yet it never...
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, all I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats.
And blow.
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And precisely, Mr. Dubois. You know, I hear people talk sometimes about economic equality and a nightmare scenario. A world where we are right now, the freedom of mankind can only be... It is truly. It's almost entirely carefree. It really...
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this?
What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect. It's some statistical thing. In essence, it says that when an extremely low net worth individual meets an extremely high net worth individual, some of them, among other things, but calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire. No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
A man this chill is at least a triple-digit billionaire.
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez. in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My traveling. This is a great way. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly? Rivershaw. I remember walking. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs are smart, you know? It also luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. And just don't get me wrong. They're nice things.
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low net worth individuals such as yourself. For example,
Go right ahead. There it is. I knew it as soon as you did the Milton 32 age note. The art market, you say? Sure, hit me with it. As they say, I'm keen to hear what you have in mind. Yes, the special lock that helps us.
it's a secret handshake of the ultra-rich, distributed through private...
But I'm getting sidetracked. Tell me about your business proposal. I'm all ears. A painter? I'm always looking to expand into new asset classes. Who's the artist? Aha! And the name of the piece?
There's no sign of a...
Wonderful things, aren't they? Names. They can completely change your... Before I invest, I need to know more about the what.
This is the only question that matters. The comfortably wealthy want their views challenged when making a purchase. Don't hold back.
It lets you immerse yourself in a modern...
10 seconds. Borders dissipate. 20 seconds. Complete nonsense. Both carpery and what you just said. Can't bathe in thoughts.
Dangerous. I like things that are dangerous. You could use...
Great work.
Well, I think that settles it. However, there are a few complications. I don't have...
Shares. That's even better. You can do a lot with them if you play your cards right.
I bought these shares many years ago for a steal. As predicted, malware costly mercury, which means you could net yourself a considerable profit if you need some...
Yes, but chances are you can't use them to buy anything right now. No cigarettes, no alcohol, no...
It's a Gotwaldian Ilmaran company. Have you heard about it?
He's right. The combination of Reams, a step forward for technology. Yes, but only for those who can afford it.
Splendid.
It looks almost ethereal. Is it even real?
This is a stock certificate. Well, a photocopy of one. Nevertheless, it's solid proof.
The light around the individual in front of you changes somehow as you take the scroll. Something's rattling within you. It feels this transaction has changed the physical relationship between you. You are now more alike somehow.
That concludes our part of the transaction. Once you... Another deal complete. Welcome to the big leagues! If you haven't already, I'd advise you to consider hiring a personal brand strategist. What don't they do? They practically do. Unfortunately not. I only know the ones who work with multi-million...
Here's an avant-garde proposal. What about Idiot Doom Spiral? Oh, and we should see what this net worth can do. Might score a discount, or better...
So, what's next on the agenda? Why go so...
The pearlescent paper adamantly resists being held open. It demands inside an oval frame is a grey sketch of a curly-haired girl enthusiastically riding an industrial drill. Her form is terrible. She needs to straighten her back. Each letter is shaped like a laugh line, being pulled in a million different directions. They're all a bold black mesh curves around. If it does, it remains. There must be some form of logic hidden away. Your vision blurs into a haze of dark scribbles. The certificate threatens to coil back.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. Ah, yes, your side investigation.
Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
Mega-rich light-bending guy? Oh my god, how did that get in there? Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega-rich light-bending guys.
There was a guy in the container.
Honestly, guys, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbour, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect. Harry, it's beginning to dawn on me that you're a real fascist. A mega-fascist who imagines mega-rich light-bending fascists. I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry. Funny. That doesn't...
Funny. She was trying to set up a narcotics...
Oh, that a Sal. Yes, I do seem to remember sending a pretty young thing down there to liven up the place. Amphetamine lab? That sounds... But what do I know about kids these days? The music...
It sounds to me like you are trying to start an amphetamine lab in the district. And you're using some delinquents you found God knows where to set it up and run it for you.
Found God knows where? That Asel is the daughter of Miko the Kebab. A man who once killed a guy with a kebab. I think a daughter of a man who killed a man with a kebab can handle running a little night. Maybe it was Bogovir. Or Jakub. I think it might have been Conrad. A nightclub? Harry, I'm an old-fashioned guy. But here I am, talking about myself, when you have much more important things going on. Tell me, Harry, how can I help you? Yes, your lost gun. Your gun will be found.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only...
He is not...
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
Let's hear it, Harry. It says... Oh yes. Very interesting. It says you're more like a mad prophet. Of course, Harry. Sin...
He's probably just making a guess based...
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Well, yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy or a girl very happy and... Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me. Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been... Harry, had you asked me earlier, I could have used your help in dealing with us. Sadly, the moment has passed and the weasel's back in its den. Nothing to do about it now, so get this. I'm just going to give you the information. The time has passed, Harry. Were you not listening when I just said that? Pay attention, please. Now, yes, that would have been the interesting way to do things. Fantastic. Time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is... By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guy. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yesut, Semenine, Saramaritsa. You name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry.
Those Senorita Pineapple people are scary motherfuckers.
Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them. One of them got downright suicidal. Getting drunk, violent, a little rapey.
By negotiating.
Harry, what you need to realize is, we got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us.
An entire neighborhood of killers.
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties, they're like you guys. Idealistic people.
So these...
One day Titus Hardy, he probably worded it differently, but that was the idea.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty.
Despite his boastful tone, he's having doubt. Maybe he doesn't believe the boys really had it in them. They're his boys, after all.
That's very clever, Harry. Yes, they might have said it just to impress some girls or something. But Titus has a bad temper, so the chances are 50-50. So they shot him?
He was shot in the...
How odd. I don't know what to say, Lieutenant. What I do know is, the case is in safe hands. If anyone can get to the bottom of this shot and hanged man, it's my... How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company... These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company. After...
So you believe the scabs were organized?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes. Of course, you're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius. I'm in this position because people like tribunal. That sounds serious, Harry. We Union men should be shitting ourselves. I wish you hadn't told me that.
He's clearly happy about the tribunal.
Oh, Harry, what do I really think about the tribunal? You're trying to...
He wants you to do more things for him before.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Old Theo used to run them, but...
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them.
Separate one from the herd.
Oh, that would definitely be Fat Angus. His feet smell from a city block away, and he's always having noisy stomach. You would die, Harry. You would... Angus, his ever-growling... Actually... Oh, Harry. This is But of course, it's the least I can do for my good...
You can now go and tell Titus about this.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything.
Needless to say, this is another move. Don't take it.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was it a... I don't know what happened, Harry. I want... Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left.
A man of the left. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you.
And what would isn't?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on...
He thinks he can force you into his scheme. You can turn this around on him if you accept.
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth...
Roller skating, not drugs.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. Yes, the little cul-de-sac on the coast.
You're already pretty deep into this. What's a little more? No.
They are just going to have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy... You bring joy to my heart, Harry. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the... Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then, I'll know you're a solid socialist. See you soon.
Take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction. The youth center cuts into the ocean.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period. There doesn't seem to be anything of interest.
Is this about the...
That's teen speak for...
Excuse us. My partner here...
Yeah, I don't know.
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Everything's still cool here, officer. I only accept legal tender.
It is not code. He really means...
In that case, I cannot accept that as payment, officer. I run everything about... The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
The gnarled hawthorn tree. The trash containers. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. You see, you've done this before. The movements are recorded in... A box falls into pieces in your hands. Baptiste Soleil cereal. Not much to see here anymore. Just a burnt apron. There's nothing more. The container sounds a muffled gong.
Tequila sunset.
Things have really turned around for you, haven't they? You've got big money. Don't be shy, Tequila. Of course I'll do it. I'm your man. Your personal brand strategist, man. Now...
Not so sure about the last part.
But I've got something the others don't. I'm on your level. And as I already understand your...
Great can-do attitude. A billion real mindset. Clinically insane energy. Hire him on the spot.
No, Tequila, no. What do you need to know?
What you truly want to know is, can you really trust your entire fortune to a drunk?
I used to be a moderately high net worth individual myself. At the Boom Boom Room, I directed a team of talent architects. Numbers? How about 15 fucking years of jamming art into people's millions of real?
And then he lost it all by going for a jog.
Tequila, Tequila. Whatever's going on in my reality situation doesn't have any... Drinking is the fuel to my...
He could definitely work more on his hand-eye. You should hire him and ask him to stop drinking. Everyone deserves a second or third chance.
Okay. Let me get a sip first. You see, net worth means nothing to the people of Martinez. Nada. Null. For them to see your wealth, to really respect that, you need to convert it into something real, something tangible. The bigger the better. The Horseback Monument. That's the center of the district. They'd have...
You're aware that monument is supposed to look like it's...
I didn't say renovating.
But what would it cost?
Tequila. Drinking...
He could definitely... You should hire him and ask him to stop drinking.
Nothing up front. That's because I always put the...
We really haven't got time.
And forget about contract. That's it. Sorry about that, my friend. This isn't... I can already see it.
This is a good moment to bring up his drinking.
Whoa there!
Yeah, whoa there.
No need to worry about that. I've got it all under control. I don't think I can do it.
Some complex calculations are taking place. Suddenly, you feel sad, looking at this man.
No, you're right. I've got to do this. I need this. All right, give me half an hour, my friend. In fact, I demand you to...
The lieutenant, Massad, there is little time.
Relax. I see you both running around.
He turns his swollen face against the snow.
Exactly. Just give me a minute or two.
Before you know it, the man has put down the... You chat a bit with old... Then, try to strike up a conversation with Don't Call Abigail about something other than Abigail. To no avail. It's all about Abigail. The lieutenant sits silent the entire time, preferring to focus on his notebook. Clearly, we have better things to do than sit down and chat with a bunch of... After what feels like ages, you hear the fence creaking as if under a large weight. Look at him. Just look at him. It's idiot Doom Spiral. He's back, like a beast made of jaundice and fetid polypropylene. He returns locked in stiff combat with a most fearsome foe.
I know. Ran into some problems there. Material shortages and the like.
He seems even more drunk than before. He can't even walk straight. How did he write your name in cathode rays?
Of course I am. When you're ready, just head on over to the Horseback Monument. You'll see.
The lieutenant closes his...
But if there's anything else your old friend can do for you...
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island. It is surrounded by scaffolding that has been haphazardly erected around it. A matrix of metal tubes and wooden planks jut out. There are no lights that spell out your name. No workers with calloused hands. That son of a bitch scammed you. This is not what that personal brand strategist of yours promised. No one even knows that you're paying for this. The old king looks defiant.
Tequila Sunset.
No one does it better than me, eh? Listen, I can feel it in my guts.
This little weasel still isn't owning up to ripping you off.
Of course not. Your trademark will be all over it as soon as the workers... I guarantee the papers will pick it up one...
Papers? Maybe she'll read the papers and see a woman is sitting by the kitchen table, eating buttered toast. Hey, your new personal brand strategist still hasn't laid off the drink, even though...
It isn't that easy, but I'm working on it. I really am. I even signed up for this evening group. What would you like?
Here's a man who knows how to play the media by starting with the right question.
But we haven't solved the murder yet.
Very nice. You could be your own PR agent, Tequila. Don't spend a single brain cell worrying about it. Just leave it all to anything else.
Again, you find yourself looking at that big old...
Hey, was there something you needed? No, you don't. It's not happening. It's for the... It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of '44. A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke. Okay, yes, it's for some clients. Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape. This is the look of a man who's defeated.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair.
Oh yeah, time to do the damage. The stage is all set. You feel a little dizzy.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
I can see that.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. Hands. Where do you put your hands? There are some, yes. You could always do it in the evening. It will be less scary with a lot of people.
You're back. Good.
Hello again, officers. Have you come?
The lieutenant is hatred. The woman.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first-name basis with her, are we? It's where they grow whores, like, have you got a crush?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. The door, there's still a dent in the door, there's still a...
Who is it?
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. It's a Maybell. The young woman looks at the Maybell. The lieutenant gives you 6 crumbling petals rest on.
This is the Insulindian lily, called Maybells or Lucille's tears during the Revolution. Girls used to pin these on soldiers before sending them off. The revolutionaries, so the communards and the anarchists. White's their color, but the custom started in the suzerains. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves. Yes, but not this early, not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see.
The petals fill. Water flows under the channel bridge. Dark water. You rub your sides for warmth, but there is none. Inland, above the Martinez distributary, the wrinkled fingers of an old man crush. Rene, that old man in the uniform. Maybe you should show it to him when...
Welcome to the roof.
Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long, then toned over several years.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will. Nice? I don't know.
Where the ripe corpse of a man. The woman doesn't flinch, but there is something in her light brown eyes. A sadness.
Oh yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there. They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 50.
Have I ever? His arrival is a sign of the end times. All this will come crashing down in mere days. Wow. Can it be stopped? And if not, what are we to do with the time?
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man.
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been... No need to dilly-dally. She's tough. You sound like a namby-pamby.
Clasier Amondu. Vrai de fort.
Wasn't the tattoo on the hanged man an Oranese map of the waterways? The thought begins to form in your head, then dissipates. Something for later.
A bad memory, officer. Of lilacs and lightning. Parks, glass. Duraluminum.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing.
The conference centers are filled with people who get angry at you if you do something wrong.
Sooner or later, everyone does. I'm 28. Something stupid. Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university. Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese.
If that's true, then Revacholian lit would fit you like a glove.
Nothing. I do nothing with it. Cool. I've made more money by just being than I have with Oranese lit. Many things. A roller skating instructor, a sec...
It's the world's most tight. Miss Aranye, now there is something you should linger on. All things considered, very. Now linger.
It's a beauty pageant. Held.
She was 14 at the time.
Indeed.
Her voice is indifferent to the number.
I don't think I've ever heard anything less.
Come on, detective. Cut him some slack. These may be the final hours of human existence. I'm afraid you...
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast.
Thank you for your candor.
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river. If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's a weird name. Okie dokie. The record. So official. Yeah, it's pretty deluxe.
No one likes to talk about their dirty laundry and their empty bottles. Maybe if you phrase it emotionally.
Yeah, I've contaminated it pretty bad. The contamination spreads from room to room. First, I escaped.
Oh my.
For me, it's a mix of me with a lack of clean. Talk around the establishment is, you have an industrial SAD spill in there.
Somewhere below, military-grade SAD is dripping off the walls. You should say the first thing. It's honest. It will lead to...
That's where it always comes from, isn't it? From the head and from the past. Sounds like an advanced form of what I've got, with a bit of old love sprinkled on top. Love is terror.
Sheer terror, panic, and screaming.
I'm wintering.
How long have you been?
About 4 months. I came in November. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol. Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. Okay. Yeah? All right.
She looks at the dried petals in your palm. Then...
Pretty. Looks like a dried maybell. Is that the one you caught? Sambo style? Why was there...
Or an admirer?
Admirers? I'm too old to be a debutante. And this place is no fashionable society. Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean? By sexually assaulted...
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for rape.
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Is it? It is afternoon. Time flies, man. Yeah... I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him.
By him, she must...
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more...
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. Pretty much.
Warming them. She must be very cold and exhausted of this life.
I'm 89% sure. You know how it is.
You may know.
Sure you do, Apocalypse Cop. In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium, not raped, here. Let me make this 100% clear then, officer.
You get the feeling she might be.
We partied. A lot of part.
From Titus? About her and Titus's relationship. That's where you heard it.
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that. Oh, it is.
What did you do?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. A little. The drugs were good.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs. At the bar. He was on some sort of assignment. A military man, as you...
She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn out. With longing.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. Oh, yes.
A bitter cringe.
You called us.
Yes.
Jackpot.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez...
Reporting crimes is confidential in Ravachol, miss.
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called.
Tearing off his armor. Demeaning him. Throwing rock.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it.
So, she's God's mystery foam cutter.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to.
Still, that's pretty clever tampering. Simple and clever. Crossing the lines like that.
Thanks. I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably...
Thank you for making the call.
I didn't want to, sir. But if...
He won't be down there long, miss. We will move the body to the morgue soon.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like...
I know it's difficult.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
You have? Not like I do, I imagine.
She sees them in each other's arms.
Yes. And then he's dead.
A gape, ready to catch a bullet. A coincidence. Make a note and return to it later.
Oh, yes. Bullet? They stripped him.
You mean after?
I'm confused.
So am I.
Things are starting to go a little over my head here. I thought he was hanged. I was not present.
It's hard to know what to think about that answer. She's just tired. Don't push her too much.
They're frequent guests downstairs. They have a booth for union members. Over drinks. It's been a little.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No.
I'm sorry to have to ask this.
I have. Which ones, sir?
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason. I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not men like that? I don't know.
She changes balance from one foot to another, crossing her legs.
He had something to do with the strike.
And his role in...
I think he was in a security detail.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods. She breathes.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
This window is smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer.
Looks like it, yes.
You know which window has not been recently replaced? Yes, that one. Cold wind.
Stop distracting him! He has work to do! Plus, if I recall, the window has been giving him shit ever since...
Officer, it's a fine day for questions. Yes, you're just one room away. Very.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions, like...
Get a grip, he thinks. Quick, say something professional. Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind. I have bad You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. You too. Me? Get these guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore. I'm sorry I didn't catch it sooner. It takes conscious effort on your part. There's no way of knowing. All bullshit, man. Especially that guy. No fucking way, man. Really? Glory. Truth. I take it back. He's got it pretty. She likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature. How it always does. Through subtlety. There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she... No. It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not? You can't draw a sound conclusion. She may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. See? You are not afraid. This is a mere girl. She was someone's child but a decade ago. I think it's safe to assume, yes, Mr. Thespian here hasn't been speaking up. If he were, no, he's not going to show up. I'm sorry, your lie detection isn't working. No, not an idiot. You're just more of a sensitive type. Don't worry, it's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this. The silence broken.
God, no. Not my favorite topic, but okay. Bullet?
You mean?
I'm confused.
So
Things are starting.
It's hard to... She's just tired. Don't push her too much.
How about we... Why not? Officer? Not my favorite topic, but okay. Bullet?
You mean after?
I'm confused.
So am I.
Things are starting.
This is beginning to get confusing for you too, and we don't like that. Where was she last Sunday night?
Cowering. I was cowering downstairs with Sylvie. How about we...
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills. It's been used. This toothbrush belongs to someone who doesn't give a damn about her teeth. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet.
An opioid receptor antagonist.
You could say he's on the lookout. Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotwaldian. Marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? A bright orange bottle with peptide stamped on it. And your chest swells with pride. Look, it's made right here in Revachol by San Baptiste. It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for.
Peptide. A euphemism.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super silently. Feel so sleek and beautiful.
Officer? It's a fine day. Not my favorite topic, but okay. How about we...
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. It's barred from the inside.
I don't know, Lieutenant. It is not the first closed door we found. I don't know.
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans on a dull thump.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in, or I hate it when that happens.
Something crap. It is an unbelievable.
Nice.
Filling you with a belief in your own body.
Sounds like the property damage wasn't in vain, at least.
You clearly see footprints in the...
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new. 3 weeks maximum from the dust coverage. It could easily have been one.
This is good. He likes it.
It was a stereo investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, adding a new fact to... It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, behind our rape victim's room.
Large prints, most likely made by boots. The size is hard to determine.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. No, these little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me, or some kind of foreign print.
Everything around you. Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the...
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was... What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it. If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway.
You clearly see footprints in the...
Jackpot.
Over there, in the corner. Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball.
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats. A classic. A little.
Feels like a lot. Too much to play it again.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. Reads the Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready. Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, the theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb. The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. Areas around the playfield represents Gordy's climb. Places he was said to have. Indeed. Think of them as balls. It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep go.
I feel sorry for the goats. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornel, the kind of a guy who uses the word savages. An avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by... He also hit his wife. But you seem to be having fun.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all. Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the maneuvering a goat board into a position for a perfect hit, isn't the words "Pale Rupture" light up on the speaker panel.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking. Lucky goats. This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake and then it's all over.
How the last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. It killed itself. There goes nothing. The machine is. You see a heavy steel.
There must be a key somewhere. Probably.
This small elevator is dimly lit, smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the. There are large rectangular.
Seems so, although.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to. The lieutenant looks around, the dusty, crowded.
At some point, 20 years ago, looks like it. Downstairs in the hall, next to the main.
Remember the dice maker? Then that means.
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice makers said.
But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawled.
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment.
It's not a ghost story.
Officer, it's a fine.
This window is.
Hey, was there something you needed?
You take the legal documents out of the.
Hey, was there something you needed? Another thing. Great. I love those. Why? No, fuck it. I don't want.
He really doesn't like it being classier.
Yeah, well, she's not a guest. Anyway, I'll forward that woman her bill and be done with it. Now, was there anything else? Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make.
It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been.
Okay, what is back there? Ha! I knew it. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean. No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there. Those machines are whirling property, but it wouldn't hurt to get a little life.
Sounds like he cares about the place. He should still know. You have to be
What? Why would you say that? We're...
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address.
Everyone knows of it. I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the Whirling. It's a sign of the Whirling and...
Relax, Mr. Gart. I'm sure there is no doom. He simply wants to share his discoveries with you.
Does this look like part of a doom? For 14 years, man.
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually
Yeah. It slowly got... Even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area. Yes, your police skills have delivered. I'm sure you'll get a commendation. Some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from... Well, it sure as hell wasn't the...
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateniers.
Good pick.
What about them? One is a basement dive for...
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share this information with you. Encourage him.
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but luck has gotten... So, if you didn't have anything... Yes?
Oh,
Host Almighty.
René wasn't really what you'd call a botan...
Of course he didn't. Flowers are for pansies.
There were many reasons, but most, I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another
But you feel the dried flower in your hand somehow still does matter, although not to this sad old man. Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent question. Art, in short, art. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes. Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores. Exactly. It's not own. Go ahead and
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
Wait. There's something here, stored away in some dusty corner.
Whoa. What else? Silent communion. That's dang. That's some great shit.
Did you?
Right. But really, no bullshit. That's great stuff. I saw. Fucking hey! Seems I got you. It's good to meet a fellow poet. Someone with an appreciation for real text. The others here, so you don't really get it. I get you. When they really click.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the...
Everything's still cool here, officer. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed. Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've been... Yes, but they also...
Wow, officer. And they can be yours for a mere 3 real. My regular...
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
Sporty and practical, officer.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see.
You're back. Good. What can I help? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the...
What is all of this?
What world?
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Plus, there is a term of endearment they coined for it. In the DeLorean century, when humanity was Elysium. It does. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Oh, you want a picture of the world? Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside. We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day.
ORG.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big 3 scientific contributors, yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences.
A cold fear seeps into you.
You seem to be spooked. They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes... I am sorry, dear, but this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set, you have misimagined it. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it. See? Everyone finds...
The cold seeps into you. Suddenly, you're conscious of... The lieutenant observes you both.
The Pale is not
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today.
His voice is low.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else. I don't think your colleague would have... Let's continue with something else.
But she wants... You could sneak back later, when he's not around, unless you can convince him to step aside. Good idea.
Fine.
See?
Are you sure you're sure? Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any... It's difficult to describe. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed. Oh, it is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress, but it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost. Extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sense. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also it feels terrible.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job.
You should ask the PAL driver about this. That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Up to my gills, officer.
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse every year.
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it. There are signs of pretermodern crossings. Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only hybrid airships, Detective. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. Then they don't. No, Detective.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
Yes. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Imagine a grey coronal...
You hear your pulse right.
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter. What do you think, Detective? Precisely. One of the few An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is... Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, I suggest you...
Off we go. You see the hanged man's...
One and all.
Why should we just leave and leave?
Yes. Is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
Your ailing constitution.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then... I hope so.
Some of that assurance is meant for herself.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now? But I did.
Damn it, you're a grown man, the lieutenant thinks. Shouldn't have gotten protective here.
Good luck, Detective.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few...
I should have seen it. Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
Again, you find yourself looking at that big old window. There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Someone hid the key. It's close enough to the latch up there.
Huh?
I don't know about that. Sorry, fucko. I'm gonna
With a loud thud, the old man stands up. The key is brass.
Come on, man.
I'm tired of listening to your shit. Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
Didn't even know it was there.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room.
It's for the blue door in the kitchen. There was...
You see, the key fits. The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you
Everything's still cool here, officer.
take the legal documents out of the envelope. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. The pen is shaking in your hand as you draw a pathetic little line. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. With a confident flourish, you complete your... Indeed, they look distinctly different, but they're not. And the document will be nullified. All you need to do now is mail the signatures to Everart's accountant in La Delta.
Yes, what is it? Yes, what is it?
All you hear is silence.
Yes, what is it?
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago.
What? But Pale isn't here. We're thousands.
That comforts her.
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing.
Then the Pale is... But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not. I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. According to this, how long... And information, causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or...
An intellectual hunger fills her now.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you.
Knows how to think this.
Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers. I have considered the same. The bad news is, most of them were burnt down during the revolution.
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
You think the presence of that...
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't...
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building, with amenities. But no! You mean, play Sans and the Dice Maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up. Then go tell them.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but
Yes, it is.
She falls.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest?
Man, you will...
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Yeah!
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropomedic detection to perform.
The creepy woman! We were wondering about that when we were... It must be anthroponetic crosstalk. The one you get in radios and long...
Incredible. This would also explain why we get it on the pod.
It's quite common, actually. When the signal gets routed through Pale, all kinds of irregularity. Pale is a shroud of memories, and it doesn't really... Anytime.
Yo, man, what's on your mind?
Aggressive.
Yo, man, what's on your mind?
Dedicated, hyperactive, unified. You'll have to test your limits, surpass them. Jumping around, as this sort of music requires, is actually a taxing physical activity and should be dignified with a sports suit. If you fear it, let it happen. Keep on dancing till the world ends.
Welcome to Rebel Show! Yeah!
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye? I thought we agreed that the curse isn't real. I'm listening. Excuse me? A 2mm hole?
I'm afraid it is, ma'am. Sona Lukanen killed the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident made the discovery.
Sona is involved in this? So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that's cursed, it's the entire world. A curse is something superstitious, but a 2mm... In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully. Oh, it's you again. Are you...
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated.
Didn't we already talk about this? What are you talking about? My address is exactly...
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the...
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from? And what?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces. She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away.
Do you know what this is? It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company... I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan. No, you're right. I did. It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it... And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney? Yeah, that's why people like rope. It's like every... But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories of it.
Hello again, esteemed officer. What do you mean, the actual?
She remembers. Good.
She who has many names. A what?
Ma'am, what he's saying is true.
But that's not in any of the ancient...
She's too afraid to even say the word.
You're right, officer. I mustn't lose faith. Besides, thank you for your help in any case. You're welcome back here anytime.
The trash container. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. You see, you've done this before. No. Searching. A box falls into... Not much to see here anymore. There's nothing more of it. The container sounds a muffled gong.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... Hey, why the hell not? Now, how can I help you today? Ah yes, I was informed. It seems to be a big undertaking. What are you hoping to achieve with it exactly? Interesting. This is a small fortune waiting to be claimed. Always exciting to see promising... I'm glad to see you making headway with your... No, you didn't. Just like I know you'll get it done. Once you...
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet.
Yes, for sending mail.
You dropped the... probably did the right thing. You can't...
All right, let's go back to Evrart.
Mr. Dubois, every... Hey? Why the hell not? Ah yes, I'm... Interesting. I'm glad to see you making headway with your... The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given... You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can...
Oh, Bratan, you play the old man like a three-string banjo! He has no idea!
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me. An old woman has it, and let me tell you...
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry.
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for
It sounds like a very disturbed and desperate...
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But...
There it is again. The pit.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls it.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the...
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did...
She will be there from 20...
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
I did not, Harry. Although I am very, very glad he's... Why, oh...
And what do you have?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the Union, the more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. You're not an ultra-liberal, Harry. Get the fuck out of here. Don't be a retard. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, we're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that...
So that's why you haven't...
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance. Tits from her arsehole. Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can get... It's already happening. 2,370...
2,373 is the size of... And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contact? We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. I think the company will be unpleasant. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health. The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad. Has bad... We're gonna transport the living daylights.
And the kids on the street can get...
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes... But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez. You know why you're such a good detective, Harry. You don't get... Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be in. Let's look at the big picture. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come.
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
No, Harry. That's boring. Boys. Harry felt... Yes, if you start thinking about it like that, the socialist municipal body sort of is like a corporation, isn't it? It uses corporate law. We're incorporated. I like to think we... Harry! By now, you should know I would never do anything tricky like... Well, let's just...
So the village is doomed.
You were there. You saw the place. Reset. I have big plans for Martinez. Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex. Employing Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. And I knew you were one too, Harry. Right when you rolled into town. I've got this...
There is true indignation in his voice. The pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that.
Damn right I'm up to something.
A true flash of anger in him.
We're way past... You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. Great. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing... Oh, that's one thing I want to make... We're all trying to do what's best for...
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with... Harry! I have little... Honestly, I'm...
It's hard to say if he really lost his temper, or if this is another one of his tricks. This man almost...
If she...
It's a fortress. He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
I'm just an...
Okay then. Positive emotions it is. You like...
It's perfect.
He seems happy about the prospect of you telling Joyce about...
No, Harry. I'm perfectly...
Yes. Sure, he thinks. It's about transparency.
Vanished? Oh, did I leave my cap? Yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But every...
His expression make...
Of course, Harry. I have no... Tell her about all...
This is weird. Not nice weird, but okay.
Most certainly. By all means, Harry. I'm always happy to... Very nice, Harry. Is there anything... I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. Don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew? stronger, stopped it, strike.
Oh, hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you with... Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk. Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everett's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does. All kind left with the
The trade must have been lucrative for the trip.
He's a union. Honestly, I don't know.
Oil for the wheels. Much needed in...
Whoa, once he said...
That's precisely what he is. Everard.
Who do you mean?
You do realize he might just be...
I don't know.
He really feels very uncomfortable.
Oh, Titus. The night guard. He was a...
It's you again. What is it? Oh, so you went and...
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on him? You gonna let him...
Let's see. The old man sent word you'd be around again. That's the reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't wear it out. Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
A whore, huh? A lot of that going around lately. From the mouths of...
For the record, Titus Hardy did not...
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. She's just in denial, asshole.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type.
She wasn't raped.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you.
His hands become...
And you went and pushed.
Hit you. Duck.
Titus Hardy.
Success. Titus backs off. Goddamn, no one tells you to put your...
Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south...
Someone has to rush in to break the tension.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. Show it to him, T.
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me these souls...
Another apocalyptic act. This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters. A mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
You don't care about evidence.
Fix, T.
I won't be on your bulletin. What's on it? You think we go into this shit? We have machines.
Understood? You've listened in.
Since way before there.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop. Oh.
Don't put yourself down, Angus.
Yeah, man. You're like a...
I'm sure we can find it.
Where can I listen to this?
Yeah, play it.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's...
Your room had one. Or maybe it's too broken.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. You do that. Oh. Yeah? You do...
porteria is just you push. Come on,
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking...
The harbor.
He's right.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice... I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, that never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrete on your porteria. The tape stops spinning.
End of recording. It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. Still,
there's more going on here than we know.
Corty could be short for Cortenard, one of the other mercenaries, the one who... A village on the Samaran East. Who knows? I think we've got a few more questions for Clad.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking...
She looks...
Pretty. All right. Not my favorite topic, but okay. How about we, change...
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno does...
The man is The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
All right. I will need a little help carrying.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation. Sure. Yeah? Thank you.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in... No, don't listen to the stiff. Be cool.
With money, sir. It's not exactly the NT-star size caboodle I intend for it to be one day, but it's getting there. Comes in handy when you've done too many opiates. Better safe than sorry. Oh, yes. Like, not being able to stay up for 36 hours. Not being happy. Very funky. I did not. Mr.
There may be more to this mystery at some later time. She's holding back. Let's make a mental note.
Huh.
She feels like quarry, encircled.
Okay.
She's lost in thought.
It is. All right. Not my favorite topic. How about we, yes. The night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you you're a police officer. Wow. Elysium.
She's a glib girl, but she liked the word.
There was the usual ruckus. I can't say. Probably not. Oh, yes. Were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. I don't know about that. A slow, sad song started playing. Yes, there was a church in there. A really small church. That it doesn't matter anymore, and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself, yes, it was very... Then you started screaming and trashed the place. A window was smashed, the tape player probably, the song stopped. And furniture too. A real There was... I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5. No problem, sir.
She puts her with a soft... This does not...
Did he? I never said he was a good man. Or that he had good intentions. Where did they get this recording exactly? Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah. That was...
A memory surfaces in her tired neo...
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style? He liked the way it sounded when he said it. He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. Running joke. He was like this...
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke. Sounded like a deeply troubled man.
Well, maybe I pieced him back together. Afraid of what? That tape the Hardy Boys recorded? Had I the physical robustness and social support, I'd be...
She wouldn't. She doesn't have the full hoy in her.
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury.
There is a small measure of pride in... What kind of man was he? Before you go, she takes a very small sip of her coffee and...
Sure, I can try. Actually, officer, I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name?
Where in the GRIH is the lieutenant? Possibly speeding from one terminal to another in glory...
Sure. Do what I...
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne tinted in. Forget about ostentatious orchestration. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music in an open air, everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. The click is used to spur on a horse. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because there is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic. You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Not really. OO must have just stirred your mind. It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life...
The sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast.
You think she really needs more of that? What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober? Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things together.
I have, and I don't really. Just a walk? I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator. Where would this walk take us, officer? All right, I will walk with you. But you need to understand that nothing is going to happen. We're just walking. Me too. It's been 8. All right, I'll go put the kids to bed and...
She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready. The woman gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden gust picks up her dark hair and lets it fall again.
Aye, so here you are. It's late and the sun is... Know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what the locals call a make-out spot.
Her thoughts are still elsewhere, with distances across the water, and with the water itself.
Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments. The world? Let's just admire this piece of the world we happen to have in front.
As she turns to face the sun, reflected in the waves, and the skyscrapers rising across the bay, you should say something. Anything. Maybe the tequila sunset thing.
It's a common Revacholian expression. Means drinking yourself to death. And what about you? Keeping the name? Well then, Harry.
The remains of the dying sun are reflected in the waves, and the skyscrapers rising across.
Isn't it strange for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so...
The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements, and the sun does little for the dead, and those hopelessly lost in their own minds, or people living in desert climates with sparse vegetation and little drinking water.
Oh, that was a bit of pride and a bit of superstition.
There's salt in the air, and the...
It's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are, for absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being. I guess we wouldn't really be here.
You would be incinerated. Maybe some general remarks before you say something big. Work your way up to the cool.
These aren't real fishhooks, silly. They're earrings shaped to look like fishhooks.
The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at the setting sun.
Thank you. I'm half Ubi. My mother...
The wind ruffles her hair.
It's enough that my...
Out on the terrace of La Fru de Fond, a hip business lunch spot in downtown La Delta, glasses clink over a spread of oysters. Someone can't decide what to eat. Someone recommends a ceviche. Someone... Here we go. 2 different approaches to cap this off with style.
Aye. And a benevolent one. When did you last have one of those on your side? Well, now you have that giant thing to watch over you. The wind's going to pick up soon,
and I have to go. Have this. The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. I've no use for it anymore. No. Men around here are too drunk to pose a threat to me. Doubt it. But thank you.
This is as far as it goes with her. You'd need to put a year between you and your last drink for anything more.
Farewell.
You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Your feet ache. You finally stop. Time passes. The sun drops. The twiddling barely keeps your hand.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease. You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
Failure to comply. Suspect is...
Her eyes bulge with terror. Veins protrude on her forehead.
I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is armed in lateral vascular neck restraint. Carotid sleeper. Carotid sleeper. Critically reducing blood from passing through the neck of the suspect. Back up. Back up. Back up. Status unconfirmed.
I do? Gareth? No,
Aggravated assault. Law enforcement compromised. License and registration.
She's losing it. One twitch and there would be...
It's the goddamn police.
She thinks she's a police officer. Try treating her like a police officer. A lower rank.
What?
with a swift, poorly coordinated move.
Officer compromise! Unlawful impersonation!
Okay, she's actually more agitated now. My bad.
Confined quarters! Assailant coming up!
Oh, I see.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police guns always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me?
She looks. Grab the gun. Right now. This...
No one ever cares anymore.
Okay, you need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to...
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the catatonic woman, especially now that she's unarmed, doesn't seem to be a threat to anyone but herself.
Please.
Reflex to what? Being left alone? Exactly. With only the voice of Gareth, she stands motionless. Just a heap. The woman stands slumped. Is one of those things a police cap? She doesn't even flinch. As you reach out and disentangle, the old woman doesn't react to you. The woman stand. Is one of those things a police cap? Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing. Yeah. Just an ordinary wall. Because you see it. Finally. This wall is. All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this. Oh, Wall Father. Absolutely. You already have the heavy fuel oil to use as paint. Yes, great thinking. Go to...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? I fear I've told you all I know. The sailor's so—
Where is he now?
The times have changed. Quite a few. Then he made his way— Revachol. I can't.
In Martinez, looking into Krenel. He...
That makes sense to me. Is there anything else I—
Hello again, officer. What for? What do you think I'm trying to pay? Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about? Then you have time to find your own fucking brush. There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you.
They do say the painter always paints.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo. You're a real... Sure, anytime.
She only gave it to you because she... You know what you've got in that fuel canister you scavenged. The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind. You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message.
Trying to sneak up on me again! An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island. A matrix of the old king, a silver plaque. Not a good track record of mental health in that family.
A mirror hangs. The bed is. The unchanged linens are only.
It's easier this time. Drifting off your...
This respite. You've earned it, brother. Bask in the dark. No, this is the one before that.
Enjoy it while it...
You're welcome.
After centuries of darkness, the alarm
Go.
Yes? What about me? No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. The eyebrow is exercising. Sire.
Something the matter?
This guy's got nothing. You better hope he doesn't abuse his authority. There's a lot of it. If the lieutenant, fortunately, he is a committed officer of the arsenal. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. What?
The lieutenant produces his small, that's where his conversation. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You do
good.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for
Lily?
As I already told your partner, yes. He said his real name wasn't his.
Lelystad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed, the last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
In Oranje, officer.
Oranje? Oranje's map of water.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
Yes.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrijk. I didn't even understand.
Sex. Alcohol. No love for Muta Oranje? Wasn't he a soldier?
No. He left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He was by no means a stupid man.
A flash of rage comes over you. The words have already left your mouth.
Had he passed that test, we wouldn't have gotten... I love Revachol, though. He was 42.
42? Are you sure?
He had many scars that made him appear older. We even celebrated his birthday like some...
We were slightly off then. Thank you for clearing it up.
The adversary one.
Blue. Light blue. They were like... Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had...
He had a combat wound?
Yes. Severe.
Ah, yes.
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made oily. Oily, isn't it? We have that in common now. Oh.
It's clear she liked it.
Quite a lot, yes. Sure, waterways. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. How? Imagine him lying in bed. He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest. And the woman goes like, "What was..." And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, and so it goes. Star after star. Port. Oh yeah. No thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself. It is when you're high. It can be very exciting then. Why do you ask?
Just have her answer the question. Don't give explanations.
I don't think he enjoyed dying, officer. He had too much left to do. It very well could be. What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean? That's not funny, officer. It very well... What do I mean? Of course.
The lieutenant blinked. All right, let's see where this is going.
Cool. A real rainbow splattering of pharmaceuticals. How much does the toxicology report cost the police of Revachol?
It's quite expensive, miss. But we'll manage without your help for now.
Good for you.
What do you think it will...
I don't know how a semen sample works, officers. How many days after...
Is she avoiding anything? Technically not. Come on, man. Listen. You can't trust them. It's just you and me.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Not my favorite topic. How about we, change the...
It's you again. What is it? And that fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape. Dark is when you start.
Sounds like he wanted it to change her mind about the hack.
What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? Alright. All fucking righty then.
Please try to control yourself.
This is just perfect. Just fucking...
Women are crazy. Irrational. That's what you're thinking, right? Also, your fists are itching for a bump.
Nah. I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head. I don't know what the fuck that means.
I've noticed the same. Yes, he meant Oranese literally.
The lieutenant adjusts his electronic wristwatch. Psychological and physical training from an unknown government body. I noticed it. You noticed it. They haven't.
Yeah, they're all queer.
That's alright, Glenn.
Yeah.
You wanted her to see the man for what he was. Now that you know, you might want to lay off this topic.
I just got too worked up. Big man lost his shit. It's cool now. Nah. I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head. Handled him?
Yes, yes, we heard all about it, and the fact still stands. You were more disturbed by the tape than her.
Yeah.
He does not sound very convinced anymore.
I already told you. We fucking had.
There's less gusto in his voice now. The man is slowing down. Looks like a bad blood shook.
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. I know you're tired. So am I.
You know what? I am. Next time you see her.
This is the petulant rage.
That lying, scamming.
Yeah. What is this quiet funeral shit?
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers, you know?
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hoppo.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be.
It's you again. What is it?
Clausia is playing them like a fiddle.
It's you again. What is it?
Convince Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never fall. Just remember, it's about more than Clausia. It's outside, under the rising sun. Tattered and in ruins, the windows of the cafeteria aglow with her morning light.
Huh?
He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Goddamn right. This is...
Fuck, Dennis. We don't kill you if you work for the company.
work for the wrong company, and they execute you.
It wasn't that. It wasn't. We didn't shoot him.
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
He's onto you. He knows. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control. Angie, where's your goddamn inhale?
I left it home.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
What just happened between these two? You're in. He's all yours. Questions. He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. The bullet in his head.
Another nod.
'Cause the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
Clausia came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only...
Good analogy, Bart.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
That's okay with the fat man, still wheezing there.
We went upstairs. Sure as day the merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged. Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window.
Right now, he's grateful he hasn't gotten his brother into this mess.
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. Oh, you meant that kind of training, like a spy. Maybe. The kind of people who are after her. I guess they're powerful, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid.
And why would you help someone like that?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue. I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them.
Hers, you mean?
I mean the people after Klausya. Maybe the shot missed.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of... Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy.
He's calm now, threw all that turmoil away and became himself again.
In a manner of speaking. We had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it, for political reasons. It sent a good... Fella, you think too much. He's
a little too far there.
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway. Glad you understand that. You do that.
Suddenly, the wind picks up outside. You hear it rattling the large windows in...
She, Klausya, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is...
Still, after all this headache...
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be...
We'll take that into account.
Lowman, you caught me. And what is that?
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the bail. And now, fine then. Just try not to black out again. And don't contemplate. We don't have time for that. Exactly what I didn't want you...
No offense. But seems like a bit of an idiot. Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Segúreme, Paraíso. You're the opposite of me. The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My heroic doses, her thought insertion, dithering. The Grad Catalan Magistral. It's more than dangerous when you've seen it all go away like that. Rolling off. What are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just, like looking into the ocean. You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Nothing. Until it starts. When you...
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible.
In the belly of an airship. Behind the cell windows. So you don't look straight into... No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. A special...
The wheels all small and round.
Yes. They say there is a point. One that I have not crossed. It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes... Maybe you've been down the motorway south? It's a story as lone horsemen tell, and dark, and the process begins. Erasure. No one knows what's at the end. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child. Who's the young?
There is nothing more to do now.
You've fried both your brains enough for... Let's get some...
Everything's still cool here, officer. Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this.
Oh. Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Start with a little compliment. Then,
Oh, okay.
after all this mess, the broken seals,
An investment?
or you could not make this about corruption and go with something even wilder.
I guess it can't be any riskier than speculating in exotic derivatives. How much are we talking about? 10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it.
the stage. You feel
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know.
It's always good to see you.
something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with
It's always good to see.
something in her demeanor has changed.
I understand. I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. For what it's worth,
If you knew we would find out eventually.
because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. You're right. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension...
Briefly glancing over her shoulder, where the cold oceanic expanse lies, and behind it, another.
You share a database with them. You send people to their court, just business. But bad business for some people in the moral inter.
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my... Well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder...
Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard.
We were there. Together. Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I turned back to him.
A great pain moves through.
I knew he was dead.
You were right. He did enjoy the moment of his death.
Yes, but how did you know that?
He just had a hunch. Detectives have those sometimes.
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came. So am I.
She throws it away.
What time was this? When did it happen?
11:30 to 12:15.
It's okay. Were you...
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one.
Good thinking. Clear your head.
Did you hear or see the shooter?
No. Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and he was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. It's not nice, but it's not.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them, with a bigger company. The kind you really...
I need the names of the companies involved.
The job was Lou's doing County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lou Scott conglomerate.
But she really...
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Lou Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't... It is. Many people... A lot of people got hurt.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
One of them killed themselves because of me. I don't. How do you live with yourself? There you have it. The way of the warrior. Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time.
Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader?
The Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like...
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is in...
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
Does she also party with Ruby, however?
No.
Still, there is something there. She won't tell you now.
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body...
To produce lividity.
Yes.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What?
Oops.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does. Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much What are you doing? Coming up with a theory. She said Ruby knew something was wrong before she said anything. How? It is ominous. You already coming up with theories that put the blame on someone other than Glacia.
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding. That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass. I thought they'd found me, so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me. I just don't know.
We can't go after Loose Cap.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there. Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of true idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept throwing
Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then? She did, of course. Don't be paranoid, man. It's unbecoming of a police officer. And
last week, Angus and Titus's brother...
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. She nods. He's thinking, or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into... As you look back, you think, so Love did. If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft palate. She's silent. Remember this silence. It appears this one has not been entirely corrupted. This may help. This may help the others see.
Yeah. I'd like to think he's easier that way. I don't know.
Real as anything.
Officer, what brings you up here in the right?
But we are awake, sire.
Officer, what brings you up?
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have... She probably didn't give you her real name either. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this. See?
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real...
Okay. Okay, it's not. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to common. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie. No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast.
Falsified.
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't...
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't...
She fears an arrest right here and now.
West of the boardwalk. In the reeds. On the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. It's useless.
The lieutenant makes a note.
You're welcome to it. It's Katarzyna Alazie. I haven't said it aloud in such a long time. That name. I am. They can never...
Yes, they can. For lying. She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
I did. What is this? There was an older woman on the other end.
Anyone could know that, sire.
What time did you make?
Thursday night.
It checks out. There may be grounds here.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around. You are. This is not the end of this. This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one. This window is pristine, a vague... This window is pristine, golden light melts away, like the witness said. The man looks directly at the woman, ending him from the roof outside. Location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on. There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed 72%, with an antique weapon that the lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shoot. Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition none that you've found thus far. But that doesn't. That's a 28%, yes. In this mod. According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations. B prime for Boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the Islet. 700 meters away.
The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot. 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions. 1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet, the shot would have been a small miracle. 5% likely.
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue, or it would be the diligent thing to do.
2 neon-lit shapes.